Alright, we live? What's happening, y'all? What is happening, you all? You! No, I did not see Superman. No, Superman did not see me. You know what time it is. It's time for y'all to respond to that notification. Y'all let me blast this out to the world. Let's get more y'all in there, you know what I'm saying? Let's get more y'all on the live. All of you watching on the live. All of you watching on the live. Man, it's been so long since I've done this. You gotta give me a second. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do with my hands. Yo. almost there, yo. You know how I do it. I gotta go get some of this tea. Gotta go get some of this tea as well as blasting this out to the world to get more of y'all in here. You know what I'm doing. Or do you? I don't think you know. I don't think you know. I mean, how could you, right? How could you know? Like, smart guy. I'm ready. I don't even know if I'm ready. You wouldn't even believe what happened while I was trying to set this up. Well, let's be real, something happened. That may or may not affect this stream. You know what I've been dealing with. Or do you? Let me grab this tea. Let me grab this tea. Sip some tea on y'all. Sip away. Keep on sipping. Shout out to all the forget about it. Okay, let me set this down. Let me do this right. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? Genius is welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew's Rochester Experience. This is going to be episode 756, 758. It might not even be in the 750s. Honestly, I don't even know. What I call this one? A range read? A range read. Range all of them, right? Hey, what are we doing? We're gonna be doing the same thing I've been doing. We're gonna drawing this comic book that I've been working on for the longest time. Here it is right here. Let me like give y'all a little bit of that. You know what I mean? I haven't touched it. It's still exactly where it was when we left. I'll probably have to, you know what I'm saying, do a little bit of that. And then, you know, still got the reference up. I've been rendering this video. I don't know what's going on. I rendered this video. I do it this way. I do it that way. It don't work. I do it this way again. It don't work. I do it that way again. It don't work. I keep on rendering this video. Either way, I'm rendering this video still. So, you know, I'm not even still rendering. I'm rendering it again. You know, there's this weird thing happening where it like cuts off 10 minutes. I don't know why it does that. So then it's like, now I'm missing 10 minutes out of like a 3-hour plus long video or something like that. And let's be real, there's the potential to lose like maybe up to 20 minutes. And it's like, I don't want that. Why am I working so hard for you? And you don't subtract 20 minutes, you know, of all my hard work and time from all of this. But you're welcome. I already got the video rendering and going. Where's it at, by the way? Let me see how we're looking, because hopefully it's gonna take a good long forever time. Yeah, I started it 20 minutes ago, and we still got like 2 hours left on it. And let's be real, that 2 hours is probably gonna turn into like 6 hours, because that's just the way, you know what I mean, I do it. And I'm glad to do it to you like that, you know what I'm saying? What's up, y'all? What's up, chat? What's up with y'all in the vibe? You know what I mean? I'm coming at you from the past. You know what I mean? Because I'm coming at you live, but you don't watch live. So you know what I mean? Just follow, like, and subscribe on all of my socials, and then just tell me how you doing. Like, yo, I just watched episode 700. Well, you tell me what episode it is. You know what I mean? You know more than I do. Clearly, right? So follow, like, subscribe to me on all my socials, and then hit me up, let me know what episode you're watching, and then be like, this is how I'm doing, because I'm on the VOD and not the live. Love y'all. You know what I mean? Look at him sipping on this tea. So yeah. I think by the time I started working on this on the last stream, my voice was shot, which just means that I was shot. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta give me a second to kind of like maybe recalibrate, re-engage. Let me pull up my reference for myself while I sip on this tea. Look at me multitasking. So I'm addressing you. I'm rudely sipping on some tea on you. I'm pulling up references for myself. Look at me. Look at how hard I work for y'all. On the vibe. You know what I mean? Since you don't watch live. Doesn't matter what time I stream, right? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who, what, when, what, why, how I ever do anything. It doesn't matter. You never catch me live. Morning, afternoon, night. Demon hours. It don't matter. It don't matter. Even the demons don't watch live. I'm savage. I'm a complete savage. Who's better than me? Not that page. There we go. There's my page. So yeah. Get that. See that. Cool. Cool. I'm enjoying this tea a little bit. Let me enjoy my tea before I jump in on this. Because I'm gonna jump in. Got the video rendered for the next couple of hours. So you know what I mean. I'm gonna go ahead and you know what I'm saying. Let me ASMR. Look, multi-stream, multi-categorical stream, multi-platform stream. Look, multitasking. ASMR stream as well. Check this out. My bad, y'all. Look at me getting rude. It's too early to be rude, huh? Nah, but seriously, I think we're on like page 20 on this comic book. So hopefully I'll finish this one. It's gonna be a fun page. I like it. And yeah. You know, I'm not even gonna say it. Because if I say it, then I'll put it out there. I ain't even gonna say it. I'm just gonna let it be. But yeah, this page is gonna be fun. I can't wait to compile all of these pages together. You know what I mean? Like after I finish drawing all of these, and then like put them all together, make a digital copy. You know what I mean? I wonder if I'm gonna actually even do a stream with the doing like putting in the dialogue and all that stuff. This is the free issue, so I guess with the free issue I can go ahead and do that, because at the end of the day this is going to be available for anyone and everybody. You're welcome. So I guess for this one I could go ahead and do it, see how I feel about it, and then you know what I mean, on future chapters and future comic books and everything like that, on future pages that I'll be working on, I guess I'll know then whether or not like the experiences were that. But it's gonna be super interesting to put these pages together, because right now I'm just drawing them. You know what I mean? I'm following whatever rules need to be followed when you do sequential illustration for comic books and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? But I'm not really gonna know how successful I am at being able to draw, you know what I mean, an entire comic book, until I get the dialogue and the sound effects and all that other stuff in. And then you know what I mean? Once all that stuff is in there, then I'm gonna know, okay, I drew this right or I drew it wrong. Because right now it's just a drawing on a page, and I'm so hot that, like, yeah, I drew it great, you know what I mean? But did I do a comic book properly? That's what I'm talking about. It's gonna be interesting. Right, Tim Dillon? Interesting. Right, Joe Rogan? Interesting. Right, Yo Mama? Interesting. Like, everybody and their mama want, right? Alright, let's start drawing, y'all. Okay, let me get the script out. Squizzy. Let me get the script out. Dang, look at my... Yo, I wonder if... I can't even show y'all. I wish I could show y'all how much red ink is on this page. It's like half blue ink, half red ink. Like my script looked like the entirety of America. You know what I mean? The duality of America. My script page, I can't even show y'all because it got words and I don't show y'all the words. I don't mind showing y'all the pictures. See, and so like all the pictures are blue, right? Like all of the pictures are blue. But then like everything that my hand is covering is all the words, and it's all red. They're all notes. It's all dialogue, scripted, you know, changes, edits, all these things that I went back to do almost a month after I drew it. So I drew these things, and then like a month later I came back in with a red pen. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could show you all those things, but I can't. Well, I guess I could, but you know what I mean? Where's the fun in that? I gotta give your girl the exclusive. There we go. That's what that is. Oh, sorry, I gotta give your woman the exclusive, right, Whitney Cummings? Yo. I gotta see how I do this character. Hold on. What do I do this? Where did I leave this at? Just like that, just like that. I got him dressed like Captain Crunch. I love it. I love it. Look at me dress some characters up like they're Captain Crunch. Yeah, I need to get a new piece of paper right here. These painters take a long time. Hold up. I was just using it. Hold on. You know, that's what you gotta do, Whitney Cummings. You gotta like start the trend now. So that way by like 2 or 3 generations, the trend just becomes the norm. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have to go ahead, probably live the rest of your life forgiving everyone for not adhering to the trend that you're trying to set. Which I agree with. But also realistically, you know what I mean? Everything takes time. What does these look like? What's up with that? Oh, that's what's up. Dang, I did them like that? Hold on. Hold on. Crazy. Damn. Alright. Look at him like that. Yo, you gotta follow me on my X account, yo. I be posting stuff. I be posting stuff on my X account. Not my X account, but my X account. You know what I'm saying? But I be posting stuff. There we go. Let's go ahead and give him a nice goofy face. He got that pointy nose, right? A little bit. Can't even pick that up on here. Yeah, maybe not. So I'm getting concept art confused with the illustration here, or with the Yo, Pixel, my bad. My bad. Oh, I don't even have my chat pulled up. Hold on, what you know about my bedtime? Morning, Pixel. What you know about my bedtime? I'm taking my endocrine system for a ride, you know what I'm saying? Sorry if I missed you. I didn't have my chat pulled up. You know what I'm saying? This is how my stream goes. This is why I can't get live viewers. I always miss the live chatters. But hopefully you're still there. You mentioned the exclusive. I probably talked about that a minute ago. Huh? Wait, was that what I was talking about? Giving your woman an exclusive? Nah, I'm just reckless. Tight. That worked out well, actually. Sorry if I missed you, Pixel. I'm getting hot flashes of like back in the day, flashbacks. I'm getting hot flashbacks of you know, the last time that I missed chatters by like a mile. Oh well. What you know about my bedtime? You haven't gotten the exclusive. Hold on, I did that one. So funny, I didn't even check the framing of the camera. Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to go back and redraw that. That was the thing that I didn't want to mention earlier. But now that I'm actually like looking at my reference and I'm looking at it, I was like, oh, I'm seeing issue. check out. I need to check out Logan. Okay. Okay. You know, it's funny, the only thing I remember from working on this, I guess this was pretty much 4 months ago, almost to the day. The only thing I remember from this stream was working on this one, being completely satisfied with this piece, and then a song came on because I just kind of put on whatever playlist, probably something that got like mad DMCA'd on YouTube. I'm still like going back and doing all those things, and the song threw me off so bad. I still think about that moment to this day. Like, I think about it often enough. That's why I don't even put on any random stuff no more. One, for the DMCA's on the YouTube and all that other stuff, but then all the other things like whatever. But that song came on and I could not focus, I couldn't draw. I was like, alright, I gotta draw this, that, and the other, and none of the drawings ever came out like good after that. That song just like enraptured me. So I don't think a stream from 4 months ago is gonna be on my Twitch VODs no more. But yeah, you gotta subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then it'll eventually one day pop up on the YouTube channel. Right now, I'm editing videos from a year ago, which means I'm uploading videos from over a year ago. So you know what I mean. Give it a solid 2 years before that stream comes on. But yeah, you know what I mean. Every time, because this was such a good piece of concept art, I was so satisfied with it. I was like, perfect. And then I was like, I still had like, I don't know, 2 to 4 hours left in the night to stream, and it was just so upsetting because I was like, the song just threw me off. It was like this old school 3-6 Mafia, Profit Posse type beat, you know what I mean? And that beat just threw me off. I still have it saved, but I can't play it for whatever reasons. But I saved that song, I still have it. I should probably throw that on, like, you know what I mean, when I'm done streaming here, just so I can rekindle myself with that. But it was like, the song just came on and threw me off my entire game when I was sitting there like working on some hot stuff. So it's always frustrating to me because every time I think about this character, I think about that night, and I was like, man, I went on to go do like several more pieces of concept art and none of it worked out. You know what I mean? Like it's all good, but it's not. Like, this was the only one that was good, and it's like, man, you know what I mean? I gotta throw some more respect on this character. That beat came on, it was like and then it like kind of just kicked into this slow beat. I probably slowed the video down too, you know what I mean? So it was like a chill beat, and it was playing even more chill. And yeah. I got that one. Seems to already say something. That's what's up. Look at me being raw. Alright. I can't wait for the day that I could just kind of like really sit back and just draw, just work on comic book pages. You know what I mean? That way I can kind of throw all my focus on to a singular page and everything like that, and then do it consistently and back to back. You know what I mean? And all that other stuff enough. So that way you know what I mean? I don't have to sit there and rekindle myself with all these little design notes and continuity keepsakes and whatnot. Oh, that's right. Didn't even get an opportunity to do that. That's what's up. Don't do that. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. There we go. Funny, you can't even say something like that without people trying to draw certain conclusions about you. I think that says a little bit more about the people trying to draw those sort of conclusions. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Almost forces one to have to say, looks like meat's back on the menu. Women, ladies, you know what I mean, since you can't say girls with your companies. when did the sun come up? You know what I mean? When did the sun come up? Not even 90 minutes in yet. gonna be a crazy one. You know what? Give me a second. Let me go ahead and put on some teeth. By the way, writing is going insanely well. Thank you for asking. I know you care about my writing so much. Basically at the top of the page already. I feel like every time I crop it to where I want it to be, like all the way to the edge of the shot, which I don't like. But then if I let it go and it drops down, it looks like it's like in the shot like how I need it to be. Give me a second. you Mr. Drew on Patreon, consider becoming a patron today. You know, I've been upgrading my Patreon posts a little bit. You know, just rendering these sketches out that I do. I've just been posting the behind the scenes sketches, but what I've been doing lately is I'll take those sketches and, you know, just digitally render them out just a little bit more, and providing a little bit more you know, with the renders is more information, like visual information. So with the additional visual information, it just gives me a little bit more to give to the patrons and things like that. I've really been enjoying it, you know. And you can join for free, you know. I cater to the free followers as well. So you know, post goes up every week. And as much as I promote the you can follow for free, go for the Kami tier. That's where you get the most, you know what I mean? If you're interested in commissions, you get the most bang for your buck at the Dragon tier, but the Kami tier, you get more information in, you know, insight into the story and everything like that. Everything that I'm working on and posting on Patreon right now is in regards to a character I've already worked on stream, but I haven't rendered that character out yet. It's just been done in pencils. And so these renders that I'm doing on the Patreon are actually like the first looks in the this character and everything like kind of associated with that character and things like that. Exciting stuff.
I know how to try that boss. Interesting. Say it with me. Interesting. Say it like me. Interesting. Do it enough times, you might actually be like me, huh? That's how that works, right? Do as I do, do as I do. That's going that way. I'm not like that. get that. I'm gonna get that too. Yeah, man. Writing has been going famous. So, I think the last time I was on here, I was talking about how I needed to map out some of the extra characters now that I'm working on like a few stories simultaneously, and you know what I mean, it's still within just the planning phase, footnotes phase, the cliff notes phase, the hinge cliff notes phase. I think last time I was on there, I was talking about how like the other stories I needed to map them out. I mapped it all out. I think last time I was on there, I was talking about how I was like even playing games with the writing and being like, how much can I take out? What can I take out? What's that look like? All that other stuff. Like I'm starting to have fun with writing, and I don't even know what I'm doing. Like it's weird because it's like I treat writing like I treat like artwork. You know what I mean? For instance, I used to draw like heavily detailed. I got some detail going on, but I used to draw like heavily detailed. I used to care so much about the details. You know what I mean? And I probably don't even need these no more. Look at it. Look at it. The sun is out. But yeah, then I started like switching up styles, drawing different things, trying to like study other styles and things like that, and less detailed styles, a little bit more simplistic styles, and then things like that. So what's happening with the writing, how I'm likening the writing to the artwork like that, is like how much of the details can I take out? What does it look like? And is it still readable? You know? And if it's not readable, if it doesn't look good, why not? Because you could take out details and let's call it simplistic artwork. There's simplistic artwork out there that looks really good. So it's like, okay, so why does me taking out the details from, you know, taking out a whole lot of information from a detailed piece of work and getting something a little more simplistic, but it doesn't look right, but then you could have a simplistic drawing over here that looks right, and you're like, okay, why isn't this simplistic reading like this simplistic? That's what I mean about studying other styles and looking at other things. Like I did that artistically. Writing wise, I ain't never did nothing like that, you know what I mean? Like I don't care enough about writing so much as to do that. Like I wrote my own story just because I needed to give myself my own direction for my own artwork and stuff like that, right? That's what I'm doing right here. Welcome to the stream, y'all. This is the Andrew Gloves right to the stream. GeniusForDrew.art. Get the merch, get the Patreon, join the OnlyFans. It's safe for work. It's not safe for work. 50% off, can't make it any cheaper for y'all. There's always a sale going on in the merch stores, can't stop. So it was about, as far as like the writing process has been going since the last time I was on here, like I piecemealed all the details back in. I think I had to like check to see if things would work out, and things didn't work out like as far as the writing went after I took all the details out, and then I looked at the story, for the essence of the stories as far as like the next series of stories that I'm currently writing. I'm way ahead in the writing than I am in the artwork. Like if this is the first chapter, and this is the first chapter of a series of stories that's probably going to be at least, you know what I mean, like 12, 13 chapters, probably more. We'll see. I'm already like working on like past that. So if I'm you know what I mean, I'm so far ahead in the writing, it's crazy. So that's why I'm like being super elusive about it. But as far as like details and saying like proper pronouns, you know, uppercase letters and all that stuff. But yeah, when I deconstructed the story to its essence and saw what the bare bones minimum of the story was, and I was like, okay, it's cool. It doesn't look right, you know what I mean, as far as like the overall scheme of things, because obviously it's a big world, there's a lot of information, but I wanted to peel it all away in order to see like what's the bare bones. Can I even do it? Did I even write the story in a way so that way I can have the bare bones minimum? And I think last time I was on, I was talking about the Akira anime and the Akira. I'm going to talk about that a lot. The Akira anime and the Akira manga, comparing and contrasting them. How the manga is like several volumes, but the anime is only like 90 minutes. And what they ended up doing was they just literally took out like 75% of the story and only told like the first graphic novel and the last graphic novel essentially, and then they kind of like stitched it together with some really finely tuned stitches, and those finely tuned stitches cut down what would have been like a 10-hour movie into a 90-minute movie essentially. That's what I did. I had like a 10-hour written story, and I was like, let me peel it back to the bare bones minimum. So I peeled back like, let's say a 10-hour story to like a 15-minute story, and I was just like, okay, this is the essence of it, right? And I don't know no writing tactics like this. Like I never studied. No one ever told me about this. Like I already did the study part years ago. I got what I needed. I'm like, okay, I'm writing now. You know what I mean? And now that I'm writing, I got this first story done and out the way. Now I'm working on the second story. It's like now I'm having fun with it. So now I'm playing with it. So now it's like started putting things back in, and I was like kind of reorganized the structure of the story. Not too much. I like reorganized it maybe not even 5%. You know what I mean? Like with the 10-hour story structure, like the main big old story, like maybe 5% of it, I kind of just like restructured it just a little bit just to see what happens, because I'm having fun with it. You know what I mean? And I was like, ooh, it didn't work out. Like there was maybe like 4 little inconsistencies. I'm like, oh, that didn't work out. So I was like, I went back and I fixed that since then. And then I looked at it and I was just like, oh dang, like this looks even better than it did before. So what I did was I peeled back and then I re-implemented, and then it like restructured just a little bit, but the restructuring was just like not working out too much. So then I just like corrected just those little bits, and now those corrections made what was a drastic improvement to what it was before I peeled everything away. You know what I mean? Because before I peeled everything away, what I had was just like a good story. Like, you know what I mean? What I imagine the story is. But now that I'm playing with the story and playing around with you know what I mean, writing, storytelling, and this orange story is what I'm calling it. You gotta go on the Patreon, watch the home video. You gotta go on my YouTube, watch the home video. You know what I'm saying? To understand what I mean by orange story, stuff like that. But this orange story is like is a way bigger story than the one that I'm currently working on, which is what you're watching me do today. You know, hello, how you doing? And yeah, so now that I'm like so far ahead of it, I'm just playing around with it. I gave myself some tasks to do because now that I'm working with a bigger story, I have a whole lot more characters and so many more, you know what I mean, characters, environments, props, all that other stuff that's going on, things that need to be addressed that, you know what I mean, didn't need to be addressed in the first story. And I was just like, okay, I need to address this, did it. Need to address that, did it. Need to address this, did it. And I was just like, oh, like going back to the color-coded story structure that I'm talking about, the orange story and everything like that, I mapped out certain things all the way to the blue story. You know what I mean? Which, if you know what I'm talking about, because you watch my home videos, love y'all. My home videos? My landing page video, my home video on my social, you know what I mean? I ain't got no home video. What is this, Full House? So, my home videos. You watch my homepage videos, you know what I'm talking about. Like having everything mapped out for certain things all the way up to the blue story is actually significant, because if you remember from, I don't know, the stream maybe a month or two ago, I was talking about I wrote everything up to the blue story, and then I had to dial it all back to the red story because I was like, ooh, something, you know what I mean, something ain't right. Like now I push past the red story on certain things. And it's like, all right, it's like doing all this writing and doing all this stuff. I'm having fun with it, and I can't even explain it because it's like I'm not doing anything that I know anybody else has ever done. Not saying I'm the first person to ever do whatever it is that I'm doing. I'm just saying like I'm just doing it because I was just like, what happens if I do this? You know what I mean? Like I'm looking at the story and story structure and writing and all the cliff notes and the footnotes and everything like that, and I'm just like, what happens if I just play with it? You know what I mean? Like I'll be drawing with something and then I go in with an eraser and then I draw it again and then, you know what I mean? Fine tune it, draw it. Like I'm treating the writing like a drawing. It's really interesting. So I don't know if you're like a writer and you've written a million stories of you Stephen King or something, then you probably just like, oh, he's doing this thing. I don't know what I'm doing. I just know that I'm having fun with it, and it's working out. You know what I mean? Like as far as like just playing around with the story and trying to not even trying to get a certain result, because I already know what the beginning, middle, and end is. I know what the end result has to be. So it's like, okay, so if I play around, do I still get the end result, and does it make sense from beginning to end? You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? It's really fun playing with this. Like I could be working on this page, and I could draw it a million different ways. But it's like, the way that I'm doing it is the way that I saw best fit for this. You know what I mean? Same thing with the writing. It's like I just wrote it and it's just like, well, is there another way to do this? Because I'm so unfamiliar with writing. You know what I mean? If you're familiar with my channel and my work and everything like that, you know what I'm talking about. If you're not, welcome to the channel. Hi, hello, how you doing? It's Angel for the Experience. I'm over 700 episodes deep. Oof. Man, a spoon. Spoon slip. There we go. Are we back? We'll be able to get the video rendered. Looking good. Yeah, see, we're already, it said 2 hours when I started the stream. Now we're already a little bit more than 2 hours in to the render. And it still has, you know, plenty of time. So yeah, where I'm at after doing all that work with the writing, where I'm at now is I think I'm, man, I figured out so much. I think I'm, oh dang. Yeah, because I just finished mapping out a certain set of characters as far as like re-familiarizing myself, because now that I'm jumping into so many more stories, there's so many more characters. You know what I mean? Like this first story, this yellow story that I'm working on, the one that you see me working on right now, the first chapter to the yellow story. Like all of this just deals with the main character, so all I had to do was sit there and focus on the main character, focus on all the characters that he has to deal with in this story, things like that, right? But when it came to working on all the other stories, I got so many more characters and, you know, spin-offs with other main characters, so now all of a sudden, like, these spin-offs, it's like I gotta do what I did with the main character in the yellow story with some of the other characters in the other stories. So when I say like I'm mapping out characters or whatever, like, that's all I'm talking about. Is I'm mapping out relationships, mapping out timelines, mapping out storylines, making sure that I hit certain story beats with those storylines, and it's working out great. So I just finished mapping out another set of characters that I needed, you know what I mean? I gave myself a task to re-familiarize myself with characters, because there's some names that I just forgot. You know, you got 400 characters, you're gonna forget a name or two. And it's like, man, what's their name again? Going through all my old sketchbooks, like, you know what I mean? It's looking crazy. But yeah. So yeah, I just finished mapping out a certain set of characters, and it worked out really well too. Like, it's funny, like I did all this pre-planning years ago, so it makes sense that everything's working out because I've already worked all the stuff out. Now I'm just starting to dive into more details, but the story structure is still there. So you know what I mean? My story structure is solid. So the fact that it all works out kind of makes sense, but still, now that I'm like years later, since I've looked at this stuff, I'm re-ingratiating myself with my own work, and it's something else, yo. You know what I mean? Since it's writing and not artwork, which is what I'm, you know, certainly a whole lot more familiar with. So yeah, what am I doing right now then, as far as like the writing goes, since I finished that? Because I finished that part, and that was like the last thing I did, and then I still have like one or two more tasks I gave myself before I actually like start writing, you know what I mean, scripting, dialogue, all that stuff. And like I said, that might even be the point that I actually stop, and then what I'll end up like working on is the actual storyboarding and scripting for the yellow story parts that I haven't gotten to yet. Like I said, if this is chapter 0, I think I'm still on, I've storyboarded and written as far as like chapter 4, something like that. So I might like pick up at chapter 5 or wherever I'm at with that. That might be like the next thing that I start working on. But I think I still have like 1 or 2 more tasks. I'll do that. am I working on now? Yeah, because I went to go set my, I went to go like refamiliarize myself with characters, and I ended up doing something else as well that I didn't expect to do. So this one thing actually ended up turning into being two things, and as far as like the two things go, like they both worked out, and I was just like, dang, like I'm over here writing solo, you know what I mean? Like I'm so solo with the writing, right? Like I'm Han Solo with the writing, right? And it's amazing to me. It's amazing to me how much I'm just over here like extra excited, extra being like, yo, I can't believe I figured all this stuff out already. Like those 5 years that I took off to write and everything like that definitely paid off, because it's like I'm doing things, and it's like, wait, I already did that. Boom, 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 plug in information, and then it's like, then I'm like, all right, what do I got to do next? And I'm like, oh, all the information's already right here. I just need to organize it just a little bit better now that I'm like at this point, at this stage, and stuff like that. It's just so, it's just like, you know what I mean? What do I need to work on next? So I think, like I said, I have like 1 or 2 more tasks left before I just continue scripting on like chapter 4 or 5, wherever I'm at over here. I don't know. Either way, it's all going so well. You know, I always talk about how like I always write things down, that way I don't have to remember them. So it's all written down. So it's just funny that I can't like recall or remember it right now, because it's like, it's sitting right over there. It's sitting right over there. When I need it, I got it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so what is it that I need to do next? You know, I like to be less illusory for y'all. thing I forget. And then there's oh, for real, you went down again? You went down again already? Look at you going down again already. You know, it's like the more I spit game, the faster that thing go down. It's funny how that works. Like, can you stay? Can you just stay right there? Like, what do I gotta do? What do I gotta do with you? So that way I can like let you go without having you like step aside. Cause I'm trying to, I gotta reframe this now. Alright. About right here. Yeah, see, good thing I double checked. No, that's gotta be cut short. Yeah, and then on top of that, I'm still, just like I said, like on my Patreon, Genius to Draw on Patreon, join it. You can join it for free, join it for $1. Going up from the $1, you can get commissions from me. I'd be more than happy to paint something, anything and everything for you, whatever you like. All my posts that I put out on Patreon, you know, you get a little bit more insight into everything that I'm working on, writing, whatever, right? Just draw a little something here. It's looking a little flat for me. So as far as like other things that I'm doing behind the scenes, as far as like this, my project goes, my whole IP, everything I'm working on, everything I'm solo leveling over here. My Patreon gets like exclusive concept art for the most part, right? Unless you're getting commissions, in which case then you get commissions also, right? So I stay working on the exclusive concept art as much as I work on concept art on stream and stuff like that. Right now I'm focusing on video editing and you know, just comic booking over here, right? To be honest, I'm still working on concept art in the background, even though I'm not doing concept art on stream currently. And I'm so excited to be working on whatever I'm working on next, because it's something that I started back when I first started streaming a few years ago. So now it's like I've reached a point where now I'm like revisiting that and then building upon it. I love it. I love it. It's the building upon it part that's so good to me, because it's like, okay, I've allowed these ideas to rest for like a few years while I worked on a million other things, right? So now that those ideas have like rested, all the dust is settled on those ideas. It's like there's nothing else to do but go up. I wonder if there's something I could do with that. Let it ride. How to make those work. Okay. Things look kind of hot. Look at me admiring my own work. everything is going well. Now I just need to get back to streaming a little bit more artwork for y'all, right? Give y'all more vibes to enjoy. Man. Okay. Okay. That's what it is. you can. Sorry about that. I thought the stream locked up for a second. I was like, uh-oh. You know how my streams go. Yes, yes. Sorry about that, y'all. Don't stop around here. You know, it's funny. I used to go to this pool hall a long time ago back in the day. I used to play pool. 8 ball, 9 ball, all that. Like, you know what I mean? Like every day. Used to, a long time ago, right? There was a poster. I mean, they had a bunch of posters, a lot of really good imagery. You know what I mean? But one of them in particular was this shot of a boxer. I don't know the name of this boxer. It's just a picture. It's just a photograph. I can't remember, you know, memory, all that. If the picture had words to it, like the name of the boxer that I'm about to talk. But one of the posters in there was of a boxer, and I guess it's a famous picture. I don't even know. I don't even know, because it's odd for it to be a picture of an honest moment just because of the angle that they were able to capture. But essentially it was a boxer, right? And it was almost like a picture of a boxer, kind of like how the camera's on me, like if I was a boxer. You know, I'm not a boxer. I don't box. I don't do jiu-jitsu. I don't do none of that. You know what I mean? I work out at home. But, and that's what I'm saying. It's this famous picture of a boxer. Old black and white photo. And the boxer is getting hit. But while the boxer is getting hit, he's like gearing up to do the hit. So the boxer's kind of like taking a hit, brushing the hit off, like kind of like weaving it a little bit. But you know what I mean? He's getting hit, but he's also weaving it, and he's looking direct while he's taking it, looking directly at the opponent, going in for the hit. Now, I don't know anything about that boxing match. I don't know anything about that history or anything like that. I just recall that photograph because I always played pool at that pool hall so much. They had that poster of that picture. They had a bunch of pictures, and you know what I mean, a couple of them that I remember, but that's one of them. I always thought that was a crazy picture because I never really understood if I was looking at, I don't know, like a sparring match, or if this was like a photo shoot, or if this was an after the fact type of photograph of like he did this in a fight, but the fight's over and they're just kind of doing a photo shoot to commemorate that instance in the fight, something like that, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's a really I don't know, impressive picture, you know what I mean? They always had like this boxer kind of like taking a hit, weaving the hit, but gearing up to throw the hit. You know, and I've always been the artist that I am, so you know me. Like I'm sitting there, I'm looking at that thing, I'm playing pool, and I'm just like, yo. Like, I could only imagine the reason why that picture is so memorialized as it was because, you know what I mean, like the guy probably went in and won that match, if not like hit a knockout in that moment or something like that. But it's a powerful image, you know what I mean? I don't know, I always liked it. This shot right here almost kind of reminds me of that. Almost. say, this guy got more forehead than me. Come on. Oh man, am I seriously doing this at the same time as it? Man. Alright. Superman movie just came out, didn't it? Everybody talking about it. It's good, it's bad. All I know is that it ain't Henry Cavill. So, you know what I'm saying? I already said everything I need to say about it. I'm sure the movie's great, you know what I mean? I already said that what I think is Superman. You know what I mean? You put Henry Cavill with a little bit of international kid crying out or whispering out his Superman name, and hopefully, I ain't see the movie, but hopefully Superman come in and save him real quick, right? Whatever's happening in that movie, I don't know. But, man, it's in the trailers too. It's in the trailers too. It was like one of the, not the teaser trailer, but like the second one that came out, the second like teaser trailer, whatever it is, where he come in and save the little kid from the explosion in the middle of the city. I didn't see the movie. I didn't see what part that was. I don't know if the kaiju monster was blowing up a building and then he like took a second to go save the girl. I don't know. But man, how long ago did I write this? How long ago did I draw these things? A year ago. That's right, a year ago. So April 25th, at least. April 25th of last year, at least. Unless that was just the first round of notes. Yeah, that was just the first round of notes. That April was 25th, so I probably drew this stuff maybe before that. Maybe not. Because the next date that I'm seeing is April 20th. So yeah, it would kind of make sense. 5 days later, I was about 5 pages down the line. So yeah, April 25th of last year, I drew this picture. And that's not counting like me probably having already written it into the script and drawing it and all that stuff long before the Superman teaser trailer thing happened. Man, it would. I would draw exactly what DC Comics is doing. I would do that. That would be something exactly that I do. Is that I would draw something that DC Comics would endorse, which is a superhero swooping in to go ahead and save the day from a little kid who's about to get wrecked. And now I gotta sit here and draw it officially. See, like, check this out. Check this out. Look at what I'm looking at. Well, first of all, you know what I mean? Let me cover up the words. Let me see how many words I can cover up. Oh man, I can't cover up words without. What about this? Here we go. Look at what I'm looking at. Hopefully this is. Oh. Look at this. I have this drawing here, right? And you can see the date, April 25th, 24. So, you can see, I told you this page is half blue, half red. So you can see all the blue drawing. And this blue drawing right here, look at it, you got dude coming in, saving a little kid. And look at the note, saves child. I did this last year. Same. DC. What's up? Give me that Superman script. Let me storyboard something for you. Man, Superman just came out. Now I gotta sit here and draw this like I ain't been working on this for years. Man, look at me. Look at me doing exactly what the pros do. Look at me doing exactly what the pros do. You know, but mine's gonna be better. You know what I mean? I heard the Superman movie is funny, but you know what I mean, what I got going on right now with what I'm drawing right here is actually a little bit funny. It's gonna be in the next panel. Don't worry, we'll get to it.
What's time?
4.5 hours. Yeah. See, if I didn't have to deal with so much drama, I would have been through this a long time ago. Long before that Superman trailer. So many people want to cause drama. Can't even draw my own pictures no more. Look at me draw my own pictures. I gotta deal with top billing. I gotta deal with top billing. Y'all don't even know the struggle. Y'all don't even know the struggle. Look at me dealing with top billing. Look at how I gotta deal with it. Man. Different camera angle. I'm not even gonna look at that Superman picture for reference. I don't need to. I've been looking forward to drawing this one for how long? Warner Brothers, DC Comics, what's up? All y'all, what's up? Let's sit here and deal with top billing over here. Top billing looking at me like, no, the Superman trailer just came out here. Man, get out of here. Get out of here. So it made me look up when that Superman teaser trailer came out. First time the world would have seen that Superman thing. I promise it was long after April 25th, 2024. I know that much. Look how my characters is not even the main characters is coming in and saving the day. Look at that. Look at my work. Drew.art website. It's at the bottom of the screen staring at it the whole night. Jim Lee, what's up? I'm tired of inappropriately asking for a job. I'm already on the Superman, yo. You already. Come on, man. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Waiting for me to appropriately ask you for a job? All them applications I filled out over the years? all them emails that I sent over the years. Sending these top billing AAA companies appropriate emails doesn't work either. You know what I mean? When they're like, yo, you wanna work for a company, you gotta, like, you know, figure it out and be cool. And it's like, yeah, I figured it out. I was cool. Didn't work. Forgive my indiscretion. I just want to draw you the hottest slop you've ever slopped. You know what I'm saying? Yo, doesn't Jim Lee have a channel here on Twitch? Okay. Twitch, can y'all hook a brother up? You know what I'm saying? Twitch. Put in a good word for me. You know what I mean? Jim Lee, sorry to bother you. This guy over here drawing Superman before Superman. We're starting to think James Gunn took from him. You know, this would be about the time I would be like, James Gunn could never. But he did. Like, Superman already came out. exploding building. You know what I mean? There's not a kaiju battle happening here just yet.
Nice.
Get to draw this made up logo I just made up a few minutes ago. You know, sometimes it's just that easy. Oh wow. It's like the duck is actually dancing to the music. I just noticed it 5 hours later. You know, don't mind me. Maybe not. Hey, it's so bright out here. Let me, you know what I mean? Go ahead and, hey, you know what time it isn't? You know what time it isn't? Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Count them. Count the 2 seconds. It doesn't matter about that part. Come on, this. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, like that there too. Let me fix this. Yeah, I knew it was a little wild. What's this song remind me of? Come on, don't let me start getting lost in another song, man. I'm about to start getting lost in a song. Snap out of it. After earlier in the stream, I was talking about how I got lost in a song. I don't know. I didn't watch the Superman movie. Did he toss after he saved the kid from all that debris? Did he toss it to the crowd like a beach ball? I doubt it. kind of on the bottom half. Maybe I could do this. thought it was like.
Oh, we have about 100, bro. Oh, almost. Almost.
Actually, BRB. Let me use the big boys. of how quiet my chat is. Oh, I got so many quiet chatters. Never not one lurk. Funny how that is, huh? I go through all the trouble of making a chat chiller emote for y'all. Seems like my work's not appreciated. What are you doing here? Not one single cool picture, bro. Not one. Not one. me some.
going on there?
illustration's a whole lot different from concept art, huh? Dang, I did both of that. how did a 2-hour render turn into 6.5 hours and it's still just sitting there? It's crazy. I would say let's do the next stage, but with the way that the PC is slowing down right now, opening up Photoshop would be like a big mistake to do it at this hour, since it's like been sitting on 90 whatever percent for like ever. See what I mean about these renders? These renders are, it's always something. I do it this way, it don't work. I do it that way, it don't work. Like what's up with the renders? Like just render. Just render. Like you're rendering. You said it's gonna take 2 hours. I don't care if it takes like 4 hours, do it 6 hours. And you still just like, crazy. Crazy. So, yeah, since I'm done with the page, I would like to set up the next page, but I feel like that's gonna like, you know, choose something to do something. So this is what we're gonna do. You know what? Let me sip some water before I go ahead and do this. Okay. Thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm Mr. Drew. At Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GCD.art's website is right there. You've been looking at it all night, all morning, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Merch stores. I got 4 of them. Check them all out. Buy all the merch. Patreon. I got all the Patreon. Check it out. You can join it for free. No reason not to. Holler for $1. Follow for $1. You know what I mean? Do that. Or get a commission if you're interested in a commission. I got like a few tiers of commissions. So yeah, I'm down to go anything and everything for you. So, and annual commissions. I draw something for you this year. Next year will be something else completely different. Check it out. More details on the Patreon. More details on the YouTube and the page video. And yeah, it's the beginning of a new week. So a new post is going to be going up soon-ish. You know what I mean? What else do I got? OnlyFans. If you're into workout videos, if you're trying to get your workout on, you like to look at the motivation, inspiration, all that stuff. Y'all know I be doing workout videos. That's where they all end up. Edited, broken down, set count, rep counts, what exercises I'm doing. Everything's listed there. 15, 20 minute long videos. A lot shorter than the live streams that I do. Yeah, find those there. And yeah, man, that's it. Love y'all. Peace. Did I seriously just draw that whole page tonight? This morning? Whatever. Yeah, I guess I did. That whole thing was pretty much long. Look at me. Look at me drawing a whole page in under 8 hours. Man, it's like I could do 2 pages a day, huh, Jim Lee? Huh, Marvel Comics. Huh, Image Comics. Huh, Top Cow Comics. Variant. Do y'all publish comics? Huh, Variant. Sony, let me draw y'all storyboards. DreamWorks, let me draw y'all storyboards. Get a good writer to write a good script. I could write a script. I already wrote my own, huh? But if you don't want me to write, you want me to draw, let me draw them storyboards. You got some concept art? Yo, Sony, you got some concept art you want me to do? Yo, Microsoft, I heard you're hurting. It's the perfect time to hire me. Need some concept art done. What's up?